Me. Hello. Good morning and afternoon and evening. It's Diana. How's it going? Slightly low energy today. Excuse me. I was just about to say I might clear my throat periodically, but I'm doing a lot better today. You need to sleep? Then go sleep. Go eat, girl, instead of, go piss, girl. 20 hours? Bruh. Okay, I mean 20 hours, Man, I wish a caffeine affected me that much. But don't worry. This is the DD stream. People tend to fall asleep whether they want to or not. The energy is too meal. It just made you sleepier. You're one of those. You're like me. Sometimes I'm like, I woke up, I had a coffee. 2 hours later, I called back into bed. But yes, I am like famous within the Moonbeams for being a sleep aid. Everyone's fallen asleep watching the stream at least once. Power of relaxation when the comfy streamer is too good and you put everyone to sleep. So I am sure if you're having trouble sleeping, you'll pass out anyway. That is the DD way. I don't mind, I find it hilarious. Sometimes I have a particularly chill stream and then I'm wrapping up and no one says goodbye and I'm like, did they all fall asleep? And then sure enough, a few hours later in the Discord, it's like, people are posting, it's like, anyone else fall asleep during that stream? Yep. Where's the headphones? There they are. There we go. Do. It's already August 10th? Crazy. I was doing the math and about 3 weeks until my new model debut. Ooh, I haven't started like advertising for it yet, so to speak, but soon. I got a new starting screen. At some point, maybe I'll get a new Be Right Back ending screen, but I kind of like our current one, so I just got a new. Is this a generic model? No. It's custom. The new one is custom. The current one I'm using is generic. Or I guess you could say, like, customizable. The new one is curated. It's like one of a kind. Got it commissioned a long time ago. And then it took a long time for it to get rigged because when you do the non-pre-made models, it costs a pretty penny. Altogether, it's probably been about 2K. Spread over a long period of time, but big chunk of money still. Damn. And that's cheap. some people do spend upwards of like 3K just on a model. Hello, Mixon. How's it going? VTuber models aren't cheap. If you ever looked at live 2D and what is required to make these models move, yeah, it's worth the price. I tried to learn it myself and I could not. It is indeed animation. And it's really difficult to make everything look smooth. So yeah, it is definitely a specific skill set. Saw ours making models and they charged 1K. Yeah, that's pretty normal, honestly. I've seen some people, especially those who have worked with well-known clients, charging quite a lot more. So anything around 1K is normal. Anything under 1K, buyer beware. You might get someone who's good and they're just starting out, so they have the prices lower. Or you might get someone who like scams you and runs off with your money, or someone like who just can't meet deadlines. Yeah, I would say 1K is probably bare minimum. $2K plus is probably when you start getting people who are really reputable, from my experience. Because, yeah, model and rigging together were under 2K for me. But both times I had issues getting, like, actual deliverables. So, you know, you get what you pay for. Very, very cute. And I'm very happy with my models. But, yeah, had to chase things down. Months past deadline. This was supposed to be debuted in, like, May? From your experience, you'll be a nuclear scientist. Fair enough. Always wondered about the cost of models for Bow and Cinder and stuff. Yeah. I follow some of the artists who have done their stuff. Definitely multiple K. I'd want to say probably at least 5K, probably more. The rig person just taking a long time? Yeah. It was supposed to be done within a month, but they overtaxed themselves with taking too much work. Like, I have it now, but, like, yeah. All their other clients canceled and asked for refunds. I was the only one that was like, well, you say the model is nearly done, so if it's nearly done, I'll stick it out. Because if you actually deliver, you deserve money. But, yeah. Because, yeah, taking at least a month for a rig, pretty normal. There's a reason why if you want things, like, in less than a month's amount of time, the rush fee is huge. Because models are complicated, man. I didn't fall back asleep. Of course not, Ranger. Welcome in. I fell back asleep too. I set an alarm and I woke up like 8 minutes before it went off. I'm like, all right, it's time to stream. I was already a little sleepy since I'm still getting over the cold, but Mogu, my cat, came and laid with me. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm toast. I was like, is an hour gonna be enough? Am I gonna be able to actually fall asleep in an hour and then wake up mostly refreshed? Oh yeah, the power of a cat. They knock you out cold. That ASMR meme where it's just like, oh yeah, like beating you senseless until you fall asleep. That's what it feels like when you have a cat. Especially one that likes to cuddle. Never underestimate the power of having like a little bundle of warmth beside you. I talked about this before. She likes being the little spoon. It's adorable. Did I celebrate Cat Day? I did! I think today is... No, yesterday was Hug Day. Yesterday was Hug Day, I believe, because Ha is 8 and Q or Ku is 9, so Hagu. August is like a day where they have like an overabundance of like weird little holidays in Japan because of all the puns. Nihongo Jozu. I got Nihongo Jozu. I'm trying, I'm learning. Like, I'm not fantastic. I would struggle to put together a sentence because I'm just learning for fun. Not, you know, actually learning for translation or interpreting purposes. So I'm not disciplined. But I just enjoy languages and I find it fun. 30 new words every day, oh man. That's intense. You got fired from your job and doing it at work? Oh no. Yeah, I do 15 a day. And even that can be a struggle sometimes. Sometimes they don't stick. And so I end up like only doing 15 new words a week. For learning new words, learning Japanese specifically. Oh no, being on my phone. Ah, yes. Workplaces can be so hit or miss for that. I'm lucky enough that I can be surprisingly chill about it as long as the work is getting done. Because, there's no on-site manager. We're left to fend for ourselves. It's one of those situations where it's like they moved away from a regional model to a centralized one. So all the regional managers retired or moved to other positions. So I'm like, wee! Freedom! Hi, Ranger! You're so sleepy. Shutting your eyes is a lie for sure. Sounds awesome? Yeah! When it's a slow day, it's nice to be able to do whatever, but at the same time, I'm like, damn, I wish I was at home. I wish I was doing nothing at home instead of, you know, in an office where the lights give me migraines and stuff. But hey. It is what it is. You finished your part-timer today? Congratulations? Question mark? I'm not sure if that's good news or bad news. Like, are you now unemployed or are you starting a full-time employment now? My day has been good overall, though. Was just gaming in the morning, and then I had a sleep. Just woke up. It's early. It's early. Ranger is a West Coast USA person, so it's like 9:30 a.m. It's good news? Fair enough. Fair enough. Congratulations, then. The EPs. The EPs are strong. Oh my god, that's right. I didn't tell you guys about my adventure yesterday, so it's a good thing I ended up canceling stream anyway, because I mean, yeah, I was coming down with a cold, but it wasn't too bad, so I was like, maybe I'll push through it, and then I decided not to. Before stream had started, I had put in an order for grocery delivery. Only half of the groceries they delivered were actually what I ordered. The groceries were in 2 bags. 1 bag was not mine. Some of the hilariously, some of the items were close. Like 3 liters of milk. I did get 3 liters of milk, but not the brand I was gonna pick up. Soy! Thank you for the follow. So I'm like, okay, I've got milk. I asked for Greek yogurt. I got cottage cheese instead, and I'm like, okay, I can technically still use this because I mostly use yogurt in like recipes and in smoothies. And so cottage cheese will do a similar job. Then I got Miracle Whip. And I'm like, I would never touch this. Fake mayonnaise? No. No, thank you. I use Kewpie mayo, like the Japanese mayonnaise. I'm like, no. And then also peanut butter. And I'm like, well, I mean, it's sealed, but thank God I'm not allergic to peanut butter. But I don't like peanut butter. There's something like fake mayo? Oh yeah, go Google Miracle Whip. I feel offended. As a Brit, I understand. Every time I see a post on the internet that's like, what the hell is Miracle Whip? It's from someone in like the Europe or the UK. Yeah, it was basically created to try and be a cheaper alternative to mayonnaise, but it's like, you know, fake cheese. It's like processed cheese slices. It's not great. It's like, I don't know why you would buy a jar of that instead of a bigger jar of mayonnaise. Like, no. You pay a little bit more, but it would last longer. Oh yeah, and I got orange juice, and I actually drink orange juice, but I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to go to the store and donate the Miracle Whip and the peanut butter, because I'm never gonna use these. And I'm like, at least I sort of got half of what I ordered, but also I ordered grapes, and I was really looking forward to those, because I make frozen grapes, right? And it's like in the middle of a heat wave. So I was looking forward to those. I'm like, God damn it. I got a partial refund, but at that point I was like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Like, I'm not putting in a new order. It's like, this is a problem for Diana another day. Objection! Hello, Kuro. Your mind is still cooked. And Ranger, your mind's still cooked. Oh no. When you were kids, have you ever tried cucumbers with sugar? I have not. I like plain cucumbers. Or maybe cucumbers with a little pepper and salt. But cucumbers were like one of the vegetables my parents never had to struggle to get me to eat. Carrots, corn, cucumbers. Is there another vegetable that I was like... Oh, potatoes. got your hair down. You want to sleep? Okay. You're passing out near. All right, Ranger near. Have fun, sleepies. As the moonbeams say, y'all all have transformation, like metamorphosis powers, so you can come sleep in my jacket pocket, or you can come like sleep like in my collar. Rest up, big sister Anna, got your back. I always do. Alrighty. We are almost ready to go. Where is game? There is game. Alright, I got my coffee. I also have my cough drop, so if you hear any rustling at some point, that's me getting a drop. Don't mind me. So in this game, there are 5 cases. We're almost done the second one. From what I saw, the next one is super long, and then the other 2 are more average. So I guess we will see. The bees! Alright. It should still be set. Nope, it's not set up for the game. Oh, yes it is. There we go. Ta-da! Look at this egghead. This guy looks like he came up with the mothership. I feel like this is why they say some people shouldn't shave their heads. Because some people's heads aren't, you know, perfectly shaped, and then it's like, oh, well, that's awkward. Oh, sound. There we go. I'll raise it up a bit because it's a little quiet, but if it starts getting too loud, let me know. Alright, so to recap, for those who haven't been here for this case yet, we are investigating a murder in a prison, and specifically because the victim was a suspect in a case that we were involved in. Like, he was just supposed to be in the detention center pending trial, and then somehow he ends up in the prison proper and gets murdered. So we're trying to figure out what the heck happened. This guy is a former assassin that Edgeworth had got put in jail in the past, and so he's right now the primary suspect. So we're trying to conclude whether or not it was actually him. It's definitely not him. That would be too easy. There's like a video of the victim being attacked, and everyone's like, oh yeah, see, it's the black dog. It's the black dog attacking him. I'm like, no. That animal is way too small to be this dog. Like, it was either a monkey or like there's like a polar bear cub that's been running around with one of the inmates. I'm like, it's either the monkey or the polar bear. Alright. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. Okay, that's a lie. He and Knight were playing correspondence chess. They were snail mailing their moves to each other. But whether or not he knows that person was Knight is another matter. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you were suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I mean, do you still do assassinations for hire? Then you don't need a motive other than monetary. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way. An assassin who only kills his acquaintances, not the soundest business model, I agree. My work required me to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for its own sake? That's not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence. We already know. We already know. This one is easy. Sometimes you have to really think this through. This one is easy. You were playing chess with him! You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but something still requires a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? And the number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120. And that's on the low end. Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100, 1,000. I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence? Well, they do say that the truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible. We just proved that. A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet, here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am. I to Helmut, yes, yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth. Boy. The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not the least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. Smart dog! The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something? That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Side said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. And it was hellish, utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So what Mr. Side actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon then. Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmut is growing restless.
Objection!
Oh hey, we haven't heard that guy say anything. Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis. Thunder? No offense, Palio, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. But Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmut's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course, they were something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Bodhindhamma. God. Who came up with this name? Bodhindhamma Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been some years. Hello, cat lady. Hello, forgotten guy. How's it going? Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well. Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in your case against you. Yes, it was but one of my bells, one of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. So what's the other bell doing here? Oh, hold on. 'Cause the warden said all the evidence related to Canis's arrest is with her now. So she should have the knife and the bell as well. So did they kill Knight and tie the bell to the chisel to try and implicate him? Why, though, is the question. Just waiting for this movie to start? Fair enough. I hope you enjoyed the film. What are you seeing? When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel, an ordinary chisel. It's certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. And so, the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body? That you had nothing to do with the killing? How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Eustace? Huh? Me? What? I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Oh, right. Sure thing. Baka. We got them! Fingerprints! They're Mr. Knight's! And Mr. Canis's? No, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics says there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints? This isn't good. Should I get them checked again? Now do you see? Not particularly. I never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth. That is all. Therefore, any prince must belong to whoever had it last. Ah, rip. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim? Oh, that's not helpful. That don't help us at all. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Ow! I've got nothing to counter with. We cooked. We did. We pooched. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No. That can't be. That can't be. I am sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you do not find a solution to your current predicament and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Oh, you've done it now, sir! She's serious! I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait. Something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for? You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one. Alright. Then how did he get it in here? Oh, the pocket chest set! There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey! Earth to Mr. Edgeworth! You can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? It doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simeon in the end. We can't give up now or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You want me around with that, Kay? I'd have tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said, what do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words. It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest, not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another. There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now let's find the new path forward. And start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. Right, how would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here? Back to test set. Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected. Because of the security gates, right? Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. This gate is only used to scan people. Any items that bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard as of late. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Sate bring him the chisel. Hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions. And it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's. Interesting. So why did he do that? However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. Whoops. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This was the real Three Piper. What the heck's a Three Piper? I literally cannot find anything. Alright. The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir! I think this might be the time to show you another one of my, secret weapons. Deus Ex Gumshoeya. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I am telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. Alright, want me to talk you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I am not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, sure. If you could run me through its functions, that'd be appreciated. Yes, sir! So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye. And I can examine things with T. Next up, see those controls at the bottom? The panels on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. You can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those. Okay. When the video's paused, you can go to the previous frame with Q or the next frame with E. Ah. And then we can zoom in. Can't miss it, sir. Alright. By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff, just like a regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. Only thing you can't do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that. I see. And how do I zoom out again? Just use the panel in the lower right again. And that about sums it up. Now let's fire little V up for real. Remember, just examining anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. Alright, footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by the dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? I mean, there's a mirror behind him when he gets attacked. Zooming in, it might show us something there. Alright. What in the footage seems odd? Can I? Does this show anything? Here? Ah, there we go. This is kind of interesting, right? I'm trying to get a good view of, like... Oh, no, he's moving away. Okay. Because we always knew this wasn't a dog, but trying to get a good view of it. Is this gonna do it? Ah, there we go. Like I said, that is not a dog, that's the bear. The game do be questionable sometimes by count it doesn't count, yeah. So, like, always better to just try and see, but it can be... It can certainly be something. Wait, that's... I suspect we may have made a critical error in judgment. I mean, literally, could have told you that from the beginning. Because, like, that is not the right size for the dog. Our dog would not have jumped Because it's like, the dog was trained to be an assassin, but it was also a seeing eye dog. It comes up to the waist of a human. Like, it would still need to jump to attack someone by the neck, but it would be much bigger than this. What we're looking at is no dog. That animal is a bear. That's not a dog. It's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took. We're not canine, but ursine. Good old bear. Tunnel prints updated. A bear? So... could that mean... Yes, I think it could, after all. Who else do we know with such a pet? And if we were mistaken about the creature in the footage, it's not inconceivable that we were mistaken about the person in the footage, too. Maybe there's something in there that could prove it, sir. Something that shows it wasn't night? I guess now it's the mirror. You're right. We can't identify we can't see the person's face, which means a direct identification is out of the question. But perhaps there's something that can tell us who they are indirectly. Indirectly? Like the mirror? Yes, it's certainly worth a look. Zoom in. I can't tell if... Is that a hat? Oh, thank God it's right. I was like, is this gonna be enough? Say, doesn't that look like the hat the guards wear? Ah, jeez, is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I heard of. Oh, what was it? The fact that someone's spare uniform got stolen, I'm guessing?
Take that!
Ah, there we go. So no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Perhaps Could the person in the security footage be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed? The bear's like, you traitor! You promised to take me with you! Guard disguise? Well, I guess it... Wait. Weren't we just talking about someone? Or indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. We had assumed that there was night in the security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now that we know the whole, under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? First of all, we're not in court, ma'am. The person in the security footage is... Shilong Long. It is... Where's Rocco? There it is.
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Carceretto, the prisoner who recently escaped this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in the video is all black. It's called Shadows. We have evidence that explains why. Also, the video's in black and white. Though the dog did crawl through it, or the bear did crawl through a tunnel, so... Evidence that explains why?
Take that!
Oh, oops! What? No! My God. I guess it was not that. All right. The mud pack thing? Which is weird as hell. Why are you giving animals a mud pack? But I guess they do have skin under the...
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Saw's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I see. Around what time would that have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around, 10 a.m.? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more more the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. The bear's like, what have you done to me? I mean, technically you didn't even need to go this far because a polar bear's skin is technically black, I believe. The whole reason they look white is because of light refraction off their fur. Because the fur is like actually like transparent or something like that. There's no chance quite like the one enters with slathering an animal in thick black mud. You know what? If you're happy with a new vocation, freed, hello. Yeah, I'm doing quite a bit better. Still kind of stuffed up and still feeling a little winded, but not too bad. My throat's not on fire anymore, which is the most important part. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. And that animal could have been, indeed, our polar bear.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. Does it, though? The footage from the security cam... I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sard mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. It does? Yes. Let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? It was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment. Should have been around 9 a.m. In which case, something isn't right about the footage. Really? And what's that? It's 6 a.m.
Take that!
Mr. Solid said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m. In which case, the security footage should also show a time around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell at maximum security, Mr. Solid, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Carcerato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Solid before entering the tunnel. And the bear escaped! And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Solid's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Solid would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 a.m. However, Alright, the timestamp is 3 hours off. But why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. True, it's either, this did happen at 6 in the morning, or the camera's been tampered with. I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. What?! What the hell are we paying the incarceration system for? What? They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off. And why did you not replace the cameras? Oh my god. This place is so lax. The doors don't work properly. Like, people can trick the alarms. The cameras don't work. And this appears to be the only jail that they use in this city. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Yeehaw. This was actually recorded around 9 a.m. That's not all, sir. It's not. Remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not have necessarily been a lie. Darlings! There you are! Ah, there she is. Prime suspect numero uno. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Morden Legalt. The escapee, Mr. Carceretto, I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be here in this room with us now. Who? Me? Who? Me? Who? Mr. Carceretto would have been wearing a bracelet, right? That outfit, though? She, I assume she gets cold quite easily. And that's why she's got the big bulky jacket. Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of a stolen uniform, for example. The doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops, the cells, and... Oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now! Look, it's Teddy! Hey, paws off! Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka! Thank you, Teddy. They were kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Polar bear's like, Papa! Sometimes animal loyalty will get you in the big trouble. Dang it, kid! If it wasn't for you, I'd Where did his outfit go? I don't know. The bear stripped him at the same time, I guess. What a thing it is to be loved, Mr. Carceretto. I'm almost envious. Don't worry. It's worth you have Phoenix. Guards, apprehend this man. A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Well, come on then. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Mr. Carceretto's escape route led directly into Knight's cell. So it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me, what were you doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered? Well, here we go. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. Was it very secret? You know how long it took me to dig that frickin' thing? Had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plated place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud too. Had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody had an off night and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer, and what do I get to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. Rest in peace. There is an outside chance that Mr. Carceretto and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. Don't care about that one. How'd you get the uniform?
Hold it!
And uniform. Was that from the fixer too? Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. Rip. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope. Would've got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it until I got to the holding cell. But once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I think. Freedom beckons, and then the furball comes here, jumps up at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. See, I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Opening the cell door. Aren't the doors locked?
Objection!
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah? You got a problem with that? Because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Yeah, sure. Start threatening people. Yeah, that's gonna go over well. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carceretto? I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it, and it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you. Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Ah! Are you saying? Could he really have? I believe he could, yes. The theft of the key was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carceretto. He is the one who attacked the guard. No one saw this guy? Really? And not just the guard, Knight too, all to gain possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this Knight guy. You don't need to know someone to punch their lights out.
Objection!
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. The moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right! The moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet, nuh-uh. Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. The floor?
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys. Oof. Quite the body blow there. Why, I oughta. What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped the blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Thank you for admitting that you wiped up the blood. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they had checked Knight and the guard's hands, they would have seen that these two never came to blows, but that blood didn't give up the whole game. Ain't no way. They don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they had found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity? Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Rest in peace. Now, hand over the keys. Right in the kisser. Oh no, there goes the mouth guard. And there goes the bear. Killed by a lousy, stinking bum. The bear is done with him. Apparently. Fine, you want keys? Here, I hope you choke on them. Yeah, I'm totally gonna eat these keys.
Overruled.
Wait a moment, if Mr. Carceretto had the keys, indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that theory cannot possibly be true. No! Rest in peace. guess that changes things up a bit, huh? Now, the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. Awkward. No, you gotta be frickin'. Mr. Carceretto, you're under arrest. Now come quietly, pal. Can you be rearrested when you're in prison? I guess so. Wait, well, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. All right, fine. I knocked those two chumps out and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around, and I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? Guess it kind of makes sense. It don't make sense at the same time. He is arrested for a different crime now. Yeah. It's just one of those things, because it's like usually, like when a civilian is arrested, you know, they get put into the police car and they get taken down to the station and, like, you know, all the paperwork is filed and they get put into like a holding cell and then they get moved to like a temporary detention center or something like that. But this guy's already in jail, so it's like, what? They just it's like, okay, go back to your cell, and they go back to the office and file the new paperwork, I'm guessing. It just goes against, like, you know, what we're used to being, like, you know, standard procedure. I couldn't have even gotten out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have possibly left your own cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? It was not you, but Helmut, who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying that he wasn't the only con in on this conspiracy. You're so funny. Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Carceretto and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carceretto could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carceretto. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know it. Huh. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. Yeah, have you never seen the prison escape movies? Usually they do it in shifts with multiple people. You got that right. You try scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Also, y'all should have laid some better foundation. What do you mean he just dug through the floor and found dirt? Plus, how the heck are you breaking through concrete with a spoon? What, did you dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Huh? Ran all the way there from the well to the yard already. Even looked down from the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, all right. What? Then... who the heck was digging the tunnel? Then what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out? Ooh, or maybe the animals dug it. Like to get water for the well or something. First of all, if you dig a tunnel in a well, that well better be bone dry or you're gonna cause a flood. So presumably that well doesn't actually have water in it. I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, always smelled kinda nice down there. Hmm? Someone making drugs down there? Like... oh, hang on one sec. Mogu, what are you doing? Loose thread? Hang on, she found like a loose thread on some of my clothes and she's like trying to claw at it. Cats, man. I was wondering, because she's usually not one to kind of go, like, you know, wacky for no reason. So I'm like, what the heck are you doing? She went back and she's like, where'd it go? Sorry, girl. Come on. Let it be, Mogu. I'll give you some pats instead. How's that? Do I have a cat or a dog? They come when I call them. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smell sort of like dessert, I guess. A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Did we come across a sweet scent before? His body.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. What the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carceretto, was how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, one more thing. Mr. Carceretto, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carceretto, truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now, unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. What? You ain't pinning this on me! I am glad to see we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, boy. Mr. Carceretto may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me. They're just so desperate. They just don't want to admit that they arrested the wrong person. Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carceretto had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carceretto had just stolen from the guard. He doesn't need them. He doesn't need them. If he found the tunnel? Like, if he found the tunnel, he doesn't need keys to get out. Especially since it technically goes to the well in the courtyard. Mr. Carceretto himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carceretto's plan would have been ruined unless he was unconscious. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists. My my, still you deny it. So, we're agreeing that we still disagree? Mr. Knight had Mr. Carceretto unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper, just as planned. Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Again, why? Why would he kill his friend, though? Literally, all of this backwards and forwards, and no one has established a motive for why Knight had to die. Whether it be Saint or someone else who killed him. Like, no one has established a motive. Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel.
Overruled.
It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish. Okay. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. So what, he got taken to the prison proper, and then he's like, I'm just gonna use the tunnel to go back. Then what are you driving at? You make no sense, woman. Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? And how did it get down there? There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well? Oh yeah, that thing. But isn't it, like, blocked off? Would he have the means to open it? Threw his body down the well. Yeah, sure, let's throw a corpse into the well in the yard where everyone's going to be performing tomorrow. No one's gonna notice the smell of a rotting body. This is so convoluted. Like, literally. This... No one would make a plan this complicated. There's too many ways it could mess up. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. What's new in Ace Attorney? Okay, but usually, even in Ace Attorney, they're not usually this convoluted. It's usually pretty convoluted, but there's usually a trace of logic to it, right? There's no logic to this. It's just her, trying desperately not to admit they made a mistake. Ah, indeed. And so, you see how it must have also been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gaval is truly a formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I'm sure you will agree. But it's right beside the stage! They would have seen him throw the body down the well.
Objection!
deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body had indeed been thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time.
Overruled.
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Why? Mr. Carceretto was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carceretto, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No. Place was clean. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carceretto would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? A lot of people. She truly does not want to give up. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. A game theory? I concede for that for the moment. That I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? May the goddess of justice go with you. Yikes, is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? God. Darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Although, I suppose it is rather alarming if you're not used to it. whelp. It thoroughly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, Sweet Pea. I hope you can forgive us. All right, you two, back to your post. Chop, chop. As for you, Rocco Carceretto, it's time you went back to your room. Ah! Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. What did you put someone who escaped in maximum security? Why are you putting them back in the cell with the tunnel? Come on. Warden Legout, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow? No, it's imperative that we investigate right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day. Don't you, murderers, escapees? So eventful. She's like, did you not hear me? I said no. Come back with a warrant. It's time our guests went home to Betty Pies, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Come now, darling, don't make me bore you with all that. I am the warden. This is an order nonsense. Warden Legout is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go! Ugh, fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. That's the spirit, Edgeworth. Judge Gaval believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well. And then taken through Mr. Carceretto's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent beyond a shadow of a doubt. To be continued. Save your progress, yes. Save complete. All right, and back we go. March 29th, 10:12 a.m. Prison yard. Here we are again. Let's hope we find something. This time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. And I'm sure it will be something none of us saw coming, because that's how this game works. Although, that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate! Judge Cavell's deduction yesterday. There is yet another possibility you seem to have overlooked. A well in the eye. Blah, 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 girl. We don't care. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? I'm still amazed at that hair. Welcome to Ace Attorney, where particularly the hair has a mind of its own. They've all got like the 90s anime, early 2000s hair vents. It's a very, very distinct style. You don't really see it anymore. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. All right. So what did they leave that with? Let's see here. Huh, there's a cover on it. Really just thought they'd leave an open well in the yard? Like, come on. Oh, ad break is gonna start in about a minute. So at that time, we'll take a quick ad break so I can go make myself some tea. Sometimes I forget how old Ace Attorney series actually is. Oh yeah! The first Ace Attorney game was for the Game Boy Advanced. When they put it on the DS, they added that fifth case, Rises from the Ashes. But the original one was for the GBA. I don't think we ever got that version in English. I think we went straight to the DS version. I'm not sure. But yeah, I have had this game on DS. I've had it on the Wii. I've had it on the Wii U. I've had it on the Switch. I've had it on my iPhone. Like, it's been around for a long time. Not Ace Attorney. Professor Layton is also a lot older than you remember. Perhaps when we're done the Ace Attorney games, we'll go to Professor Layton. Depending on what platforms they're available on. I own them all, but you can't capture on 3DS. Will we get any new games soon? I don't think so. The most recent game we got was the Great Ace Attorney game. And that came out like 10 years ago. Yeah, the story of Phoenix Edgeworth and all of them seems to be over. I don't know if and when they'll come back, but I guess we'll find out one day. For now, though, ad break time, so I am gonna go make myself some tea. I will be right back. Hold tight. Hello, I'm back. Thank you for the patience. I went to turn on my lamp and then my lamp wasn't working, so I had to fix that. All right. Let me just scoop out the tea bag, and then we'll be good to go. I made a lemon and ginger tea. Not my usual homebrew one I make. This one's actually in the tea bag. There we go. A dried up, well-slapped vein in the middle of a prison? Figures it'd be locked. I mean, yeah, it would be perfect to hide and or escape in, like, seriously. Well, luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? No. That's just asking for trouble, girl. I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Let's not commit crimes in a prison. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken. And from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. How did no one notice the lock's broken? Like, do they never periodically check this stuff? Do they not do inspections? Like... Jessica Val's theory was that Mr. State carried out the murder here at the yard. And then, during the performance, he threw the body down the well. Just real subtle, like. No one would have noticed. What you thinking, Mal Sereno? Plausible or no? Mal Sereno. Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us? Time to bring out the Shiba Inu. Bow, bow. They'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. But it's Detective Gumshoe here. Missile! Yes. It's not a Shu Takumi game unless Missile's around. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? Once again, Gumshoe X Machina. Or Deus X Gumshoea. One or the other. I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. The missile and ghost trick, though. Oh, I don't remember ghost trick very well. I've only played it once a long time ago. But yeah, you always know it's a Shu Takumi game because missiles there, bow bow. I'd like you to also bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yes, sir! I'll be back before you know it. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide-and-go-seek? Yeah, I don't think that'd go over well. Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it, is he? Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do! One crime scene recreation coming right up. Huh? Say what now? You know, missile! No, I mean, little thief. That's what it is. Let me show you. Introducing the Great Thief, Great Secret Weapon, Little Thief. Whoa, squeeze appearing from thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. Want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I love Kay's theme. I love like traditional, wooden string instruments. So like koto, eru, like all of those. I think this is technically a shamisen though, or it could be a koto. I mean, I don't know them well enough to differentiate well. But shamisen's usually a little livelier from my experience. I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes. That can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it. I cannot speak apparently. How about I start off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when we were in the middle of tearing down the stage. Or they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We technically did not help. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo that I took. Beep, beep, beepity, beepity, boop. It's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and... dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. She's got the... she's got like a Maho Shoujo like catchphrase. Yipes! What is this? It's a recreation of how yesterday It's a recreation of how things were yesterday. Modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, which was her dad, among others. But they used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. You can't simulate things it doesn't have the data for. And if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with the same mistakes that the recreation do. But this particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. In theory. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Here we go! Prison yard. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation. You can also present evidence to try and clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course! Thank you for the reminder. It's not like I didn't know. Now, let's go take a look at that well. We should examine this area carefully. It may just hold the clue we need. First of all, the giant frickin' weight. It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... the projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure, it was 30 pounds. Yeah, hard to forget a weight that size. Don't usually see them. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway? It doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kind of reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school. The answer is no, Kay. What? I didn't even say anything! We're not playing tug-of-war, girl. I see. It also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah! Looks like something you'd use to put up a tent with. But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? Don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. Yeah, they're a little big for that. What was the name of her trunk happy friend again? Azia the Asian elephant? Very creative name. course. How could I forget? Not exactly inspired, though, was it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself. It's fake. A wicker basket. Or rather, a cart to give it the wheels. Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop down it? No. You've already said this, Kay. Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs! Where did any of that come from? Don't question the girl. She's got plans. Yes, this is where the circus stage stood. You think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be eager to attend. Rip. Alright, chairs? These chairs must have been for the audience. Wow. I pity whoever had to put them all away. Really? Why? You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before. You know what? Good point! Touché! Not personally, I've told other people to do it though, Edgeworth. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while. This guy? Helping out? Sounds fake. I'll consider it. Is there anything we missed here? There was something we missed, okay. Oh, the well itself, silly. The well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. So what do you think all the stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. I suspect that's about all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon. Okay, you can power down Mr. Thief now. Sure thing! Prepare to return to normality! Meow. sorry, sir. I came as quick as I could. Ha! Speak of the devil. Detective, that was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Cute. Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. This seemed way more fun than rehearsal, so I ditched them for the day. Professionalism. It's very much appreciated. Alright, Detective, let's get started with Missile. Yes, sir! Missile! Hey, over here, boy! What's the matter? Come on, boy! Come on! I don't think Missile likes Regina. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared or something, sir. Oh! Yeah, that would do it. Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, my Sereno? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right? If you'd be so kind. Okay, I've plugged in all the data. Here you go. This is what the yard was like during the show. This is the time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. Oh, wow. This is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why, the area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. Oh, no. It's all my frilly associates' fault. Objection? we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show. The T button to talk to Tay. Okay. Now then, let's continue our investigation. Begin investigation. Don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is? Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. Never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. Let's see. And I'm just pushing her around. A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Oops. Misclick. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on stage too. Oh, he was wonderful the way he flew off that stage. Yes. That scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears at the performance. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry? Let me see. I guess it was around 15 minutes? Just as Judge Gavelle said. Isn't it pretty hairy health and safety-wise having an elephant fling a guy off stage? Oh, not at all. Azia is very gentle. I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Azia, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? Trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Ooh, me? Oh, no. It was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. But you're his boss! whatever. Alright. What else do we got? Cart of apples? Behold the power of an angel! Hi, Ranger. The basket was empty in the other recreation. You have risen! Welcome back! Oops, sorry. I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? That basket's for holding Isaiah's food. But on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof! I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. Should make a note of it. Who ate all the apples? The elephant? How much stuff do we have? Oh, we got a lot. Okay. Well, obviously, use these to send himself flying. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene. Could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? You got it! Taking another look at these items. Could they have not been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I could maybe add it to the simulation. Good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that! I'll be right back. Off she goes. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, how does it work? He said he used a pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope and lower that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys. It was tied around his body. See, so he used that downward pull of the weight to help launch himself into the air. Woof. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it, in which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right, and to do that, he used the second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, doink, the stake was released, and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I have to steal it. Do not try that at home. That would go very, 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 very badly. This one has to go with the Great Thief repertoire. It may not be that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. Oh, right, practice it is then. Well, will you run away to do that? So, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh, right. Then we can see for ourselves how it worked. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. Oh, thank God. I thought someone had stolen it from her. For a second, I was like, uh-oh. Lil Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Damn. Imagine using the tunnel at that moment and you get frickin' squashed by the weight. Rest in pieces. Mr. Saint's trick jotted down in my organizer. Sydney is full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly like that? That's genius. Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him up into the air like that. Yeah, he's skinny, but he's a tall guy, so probably... God, it had to have been like 500 pounds or something. Maybe not 500? Definitely not 30, though. Someone knows the physics formula you would need to use, but yeah. Either way, that weight is way too small. Wait. Doesn't this seem odd to you? No? You haven't noticed, Detective? There's something strange about the weight we found. How heavy it is. The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Gumshoe Ex Machina again. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with them. Alright, what next? Daily potions! Stress be gone! Beautiful. Is this how we use the detector? There we go. detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Ah, jeez, I never get to use my fishing rod. Alright, so, before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. It's simple enough. It uses this sound and this gauge to tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, it's really annoying! Just give me the order to stay with the spot where I'm standing. Okay, stop! 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 Ay, caramba. Gumshoe is so precious, he is a good boy. Sir, I'm picking up something over here. In the pond? Let's take a little look-see, huh? Found these little guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight found by the well. They must have been used for Mr. Saint's trick. Someone hide these here on purpose? How many 30-pound weights would he have had to use? Assuming you need, like, double your... Like I said, I don't know the physics formula for calculating this, but assuming you need at least double your weight to be able to, like, hoist someone up into the air like that by dropping the weights down the well, you would probably need twice your body weight. If the average dude is like 150 pounds, then that's 300 pounds. If each weight is 30, that is a lot of frickin' weight. I count 4 altogether. 30, 60, 90, 120. Oh, and I guess the one by the well would be 150. How light is this guy? Would 150 pounds really be enough? So I guess if it's falling down a well, gravity adds to that. They would be more than heavy enough to send them flying. Apparently everyone in this game knows, physics except for me. So somebody hid several of the same weights by the well. But why? Why over there? Or over here? Yes, nice work, me! Maybe you'll finally make enough money to buy food. Attack. I feel like any Floridian would tell ya, or even like someone from Louisiana would tell you, I do not get that close to the pond. Those things move frickin' fast. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. Oh, God. What did the alligator eat? What? How? You sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir. I'm sure this is something different, and it's coming from the alligator. And she's gone. Ha! We scared that big old snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kitty. Huh? Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately. You just met her yesterday. That's the name, Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden the Gald brought for her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir. Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights? I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Kay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. All right. The well was behind the stage. This is looking worse and worse. Okay. So this rope was used in Mr. Saint's trick during the show. That's one heck of a setup to pull off with a single length of rope. Simi is more capable than he looks. Just one piece of rope. Seems we have a contradiction on our hands. Oh! So that was the other rope. It does? Gonna need some more specifics here. No! Ah! I think I'm leaping ahead here. It's missing something. All right. Need to read the question. It's missing the rope. It's not? Oh, God. strip. This game can get so finicky. Come on. All right. Was it this one? There we go. Think about the two recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the two. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah! Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go and the missing weights? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the missing rope went? Oh, and now we can do the body.
Take that!
Ah! That wasn't the answer. Logic, why are you like this? Thank you for the hydrated stretch zone. Ah!
Take that!
This one! There we go. God. This rope was found beside Knight's body. Wait, you mean... Very important while on the case. So true. Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying... Yes, that rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. Oh my god, yeah. His body was suspended. Think about the rope we found in the workshop. The weight dropped down the well in place of the weights was... The body? Can only have been Knight's body. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Jesus. Yes, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. The rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden. So that no one would realize they'd been replaced with the body. That is... insane. Whoa there, Dane. Was it Pearl Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this.
Take that!
The tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped up in it. Ooh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. But All we're proving is that the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping prove that Simeon was the killer. Not quite. But what about what Judge Cavell said yesterday? But if Mr. Saint truly was the killer, would he have needed to go to such lengths to commit his crime? Good point. That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away. That was the killer's goal, to make us think the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry? When exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It was during the night. Well, it would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yeah, we were getting ready for the show around, like, 9 p.m. And I think we finished out around midnight? In which case, the killer must have switched the body out for the weights at that point. Yoy. People be scary, man. Did Canis know about this contraption? And if he did, he would have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. That would be incredible. Which means Canis isn't the killer. Dun dun dun! What else do we got that we can connect? Okay, that sticks together. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Isaiah. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them. Are you sure about that? Oh yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved somewhere within Isaiah's reach. A large basket of apples could have blah 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 blah. I'm gonna learn. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for subscribing. 7 months already. Wow, time flies. Welcome in. Enjoy your lurk. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, okay? Will do! I'll add that into the simulation of the performance. Let me just change back to that recreation first. Based on what Regina told us just now, updating. There! All done. Alright. That seems to be the last. The basket was moved the night before the murder. And we've deduced that the waste was switched out for the body at around the same time. Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh? And the next question we should be asking is, why was the card moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The card would have been blocking the door. Which can only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Of course it is. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! That's convenient. Yes, miss. What can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where is the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Warden Legald is the only one with the key? Meaning if somebody did open this door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Or she's the one who opened it. Come on. Thanks for the help! Oh, and this would have turned off the camera, so that would have been able to mess up the timestamp like we know, because we found out that if they turn off the cameras, it messes with the timestamp. So we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came in here by mistake thinking it was a break room. Funny. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Did they turn off the power or something? Come to think of it. Wasn't there something that lost power? You mean the cameras? I mean, thank you for holding our hand, but... might have lost power. Is this what I have to present? Because we don't have the actual cameras and evidence.
Take that!
Ah, there we go. There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was! So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to? Seems very likely. Think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. It would! Which means... the killer would have to have been someone who had access to the breakers. Oh, this ain't looking good for you, Warden. It seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be. Could it? I mean, if you're asking that question, then you already know the answer. Alright, little thief, your work here is done. Boop, 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 boop. Uh-oh. First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. Incorrect. You are not the first on the scene, you worm. Good morning, Mr. Winner. What? How'd you get here before me? I woke up earlier than you, that's how. Good morning, though it's 3 p.m. Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you made a late one, Judge Cavell. This is not my only case. I am a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Okay, enough with the snark, lady. You finished your Miyabi build? Oh, good! This lady be nasty. Associate, more like asinine. You couldn't show it later to see if Melis approves? I'm sure it's fine. How's it going? Good! Trying to see if we can wrap up this case today. I feel like we're getting close. But that's like famous last words with this game. Okay, I'll go get some officers. Hold it! That won't be necessary. Why not? Okay, calm down, princess. We already finished investigating up the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Get bent! What? But I'm supposed to be the winner! Winner, winner, chicken dinner! Your Honor, I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday. In order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words wisely, Mr. Edgeworth. As I'm sure you remember, the badge is in my hands. Yeah, that's called a threat, lady. Sit the frick down. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat. Overruled. You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time, my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears because you're flaunting your power. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting. You've spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. Ma'am, please chill. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I'm done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. Oh, okay. Hope you do not come to regret this. Me? Regret? Never. My theory remains the same as when I related it? Related it to you yesterday? Should it be related? Oh, Noah. What is English? Mr. Carceretto did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. I mean, technically, you're right. But we discovered it probably wasn't intentional. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion? And you can prove it, of course? Of course she can! Who do you think you're up against? A wiener? This guy? Okay. Arts here, Art will know what I'm talking about. This guy looks like some Jaded Yuki ripoff to me. Like, he looks like he'd be some frickin' nerd at Obelisk Blue and Duel Academy. I don't know why that's what sticks out to me, but that's what I keep thinking when I see this guy. What Eustace means to say is we will receive the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. She really is a very busy woman. Busy looking after baby Wiener. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Oh. Ow! In the neck? Ugh. You know when you hear a cause of death so gruesome, you can kind of imagine how it would feel, and it's like, oh god. So, obviously the chisel was not the true murder weapon. Because that thing, I don't think the actual blade of it is 4 inches. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Cavell hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear that there may be something of a flaw to your theory, Your Honor. Yes, I think I just might. And off we go. Judge Cavell's theory. Alright. We know what to refute. You're back from breakfast? Welcome back. What'd you eat? Whoops. Wrong direction. Present? Where is the trick? Where is the trick?
Objection!
Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. You had a burger for breakfast? I mean, why not? waffles? Very nice. And I mean, you can technically eat any food whenever for breakfast. Just there's some foods that technically get A, associated with breakfast, and B, would be... So Fantastic Four, was it all that fantastic? Yeah. I can imagine that from what I've seen and heard about the movie, I can imagine it's not that... I mean, the Fantastic Four movies have always kind of been shitty. This one in particular deals with, like, you know... Mr. and Mrs. Fantastic having a baby, and that baby apparently being, like, potential cause of destruction for the whole universe. And they're like, no, we won't give you our baby. I feel like, especially when the target audience for superhero movies tend to be young people in, like, their mid-20s, that's probably not a plot that would stick with a lot of people, you know? Like, family dilemma and that kind of complex situation, not really something a lot of people, can relate to nowadays. Contraption. Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do. Just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trip.
Objection!
Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage? I mean, good point. We can explain that too.
Hold it!
Time for Jurassic World Rebirth next? Oh my god. All I know about that frickin' movie is they made an absolutely horrific man-made, like, upgraded Tyrannosaurus Rex. The thing's got, like, what, 4 arms? They based it off, like, xenomorphs in the design. So, as someone who is scared shitless of xenomorphs, just looking at that thing gave me nightmares. Literally, every single Jurassic Park movie is like, maybe we shouldn't fuck with this. Maybe we shouldn't play God. And then 20 years later, there's some freaking rich person who's like, nah, I got this. Humans never learn from their mistakes, huh? Huh? Just a bunch of monkeys doomed to repeat themselves. It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With the second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. You're gonna eat again? Didn't you just wake up? What happened? What happened to your sleep schedule? Didn't you fix your sleep schedule? What happened? Boy, what happened? The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
So you have an explanation? Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear your excuses. Well then, who do you think is the #1 most likely person to have used it to dispose of the body, Even you must see how this looks.
Objection!
If Mr. Satan was the killer, you could have simply done as Judge Cavell theorized without these extra steps. Been sleeping in 2 bursts of 4 hours? Okay. I can't really fault you for that, because I do similar. Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. We had to get the prince's approval on what we were going to perform, so I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. It's just been happening for some reason. For me, it's the heat. Even if it doesn't feel super hot, it's usually still too warm to sleep well. So like during the winter, I can sleep through the night, but not in summer. In summer, it's in bursts.
Overruled.
Basically, it's too warm for us to easily stay asleep, so... Yeah, because when I went to my parents' place, it was the first time I slept, like, straight through the night in a while. And they have a basement that's completely blocked off from the sun, and, like, it's a closed room. So, like, I even had, like, a little heater on, and I had, like, a couple blankets. And, like, I just, like, crashed. Like, went to bed at, like, 11 p.m., woke up at 7 a.m. So yeah, for me, it's definitely temperature issues, because even with the air conditioner, it can only do so much when, like, the entire building itself doesn't have central air. Like, just leaving my apartment and going into the hallway, I could feel the temperature difference. So it's like anywhere between 24 and 27 Celsius in here, and that's like way too warm to sleep. Most people with AC keep the temperature around 20 to 22. Why do you not work to do what is right? Because, yeah, I was wearing a sweater at my parents' place for part of the day. Especially in the morning, because they also have a house, so they can do the smart thing, which is open windows at both ends of the house, so you get the cross breeze that, like, blows through, and that really drops the temperature. So since, my parents are crazy, and they're up at, like, 3 or 4 in the morning, they open up, and then, yeah, the place is frigid by the time, like, the sun's coming up. When I lived with my parents, I used to hate it, because even, like, all times of year, the place was cold. Which is fine, but, like, it makes it really freaking hard to get out of bed, especially when you're a person who, is usually pretty susceptible to the cold. Am I a single child? Yes and no. I have an older half-brother, but he's 13 years older than me, so I never actually lived with him. So, I get the joys of having, like, an older sibling that wants nothing to do with you, and then having nieces and nephews that are closer to me in age than my brother, so they don't even see me as an aunt. Where they're exactly the same. Yeah. So, as I always joke, I am both the youngest child and an only child. your step-siblings and you get along very well. That's nice. I mean, I used to do okay. I used to get along okay-ish with my brother, but, like, he just never really had an interest in, like, me as a person. And I mean, to some extent I get it, like, you know, because I was 8 years old trying to have conversations with him on the phone, and, like, I guess when you're 20, it's like, what am I gonna talk about with this 8-year-old kind of thing? So, like, by the time I was getting close enough in age that we could maybe start forming a bond, he had his first child. So it's like, at that point, it was like, it was cooked. Because at that point, he's focused on being a parent, which is the right answer and valid, but, like, you know, doesn't leave room in your life for, like, you know, your annoying, half-sister. But I mean, it was always kind of obvious, even in how we talked about each other, because I would always just call him my brother. He was always very specific to say that I am his half-sibling, which is funny because he doesn't have any other siblings. So I'm like, I'm all you got, buddy. You might as well just call me your full sister then, even if it's not technically true. Yeah, I haven't actually talked to my brother in, oh god, 7 years? Thereabouts? Because, oh my god, I've told this story before, but basically what ended up happening was I went home for Christmas, and, like, you know, they bought a gift that was, like, you know, quote-unquote meant to be for the household, but clearly it was just for, Dad, because it was, like, cooking oils or something like that, and Mama Melis doesn't really cook. And then, so, at some point, they leave, and Papa Melis turns to me because I made some comment, and he's like, it's like, what'd you get for Christmas from them? And I'm like, nothing. They haven't even bought me a birthday present in years. And, Papa Melis decided that was not okay. So he had a conversation with, Big Bro Amelis. And then Big Bro Amelis hits me up on Facebook and chews me out. And is like, why couldn't you just be an adult and have had a conversation with me? Why did you have to sick Dad on me? And I'm like, I didn't ask him to do anything. He asked what I got for Christmas, and I told him the truth. And he was like, we did prepare a gift for you because we were surprised that, like, you know, you bought a gift for us. And I was like, yeah, I finally bought presents for you because I have a job now. Like, I would always go halfsies on, like, my parents' gifts for my siblings when I was in, like, high school and university because I did have money to buy people presents. And so, yeah, I asked Mama Melis, it's like, what are some things that, like, they actually like? So I actually bought them, like, you know, very considerate gifts. Like, I bought him some nice, like, winter hats because he likes running outdoors. And I bought, like, my sister-in-law, like, a really nice bath and, like, bath set from, like, Lush, like, one of, like, you know, the $60 ones. And I made sure it was scents she liked. Like, all that stuff. But yeah, and so after that, they Amazoned me a cat-shaped necklace. And then we never spoke again. Because they just silently moved back to, like, Thunder. Because they lived close to where Mama and Papa Armelis was. They just silently moved back to to like a city 12 hours away without telling anyone they were gonna do it. Because I guess at that point, I guess they decided they didn't want anything to do with Papa and Melis either. Until one day, they, oh, I know what it was. Because Mama and Papa and Melis are, like, baby boomers, Gen X, so they actually have, like, you know, a substantial amount of savings, right? So they're always super generous with, like, birthday money and stuff. And Big Bro Amelis and sister-in-law got really snippy with them one year because the money they gave for Big Bro's birthday was less than usual. And so at that point, it was like the relationship went sour. And then they tried to reconnect at some point when it was getting close to Big Bro Amelis' birthday again. And Papa Amelis is like, listen, I'm always happy to hear from you, but I'm not stupid. This time it's a coincidence. If you're trying to get back into my good graces so you can get money, I'm not okay with it. And then they stopped talking to Papa and Melis and moved away to another town. They just started talking again, I think, last year? As far as I know, Big Bro Amelis isn't in the will. Unless Papa Amelis changes it again, but yeah, rip. These relationships are pretty interesting, uh-huh. Anyway, this is what you get for being the nice child and not trying to use your parents like a bank. Like, I get a fair bit of money from my parents, but I know I'm really lucky to have a good enough relationship with my parents to do that. So I'm always like, because like I said before, my parents bought me my gaming PC and I was like, are you sure? Like, if I get it to the spec I want, it's gonna be like, you know, this amount of money. Like, is that okay? Like, for real. For real, for real. But yeah, take care, Art. You are a prosecutor and yet you aid the defense. Hey, about that, remember the time Phoenix Wright caught the flu? Because he fell in the river? Yep. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I mean, is it really illegal? I have to wonder. I'm always curious about, how, I'm sure the rules differ from country to country, but I'm always curious about how, like I guess the licensing requirements? Because I always assumed you would have to pass the same bar exam to be either a prosecutor or a defense attorney. So I'm like, so why can you not do both? Like I know it would be a conflict of interest to do both jobs at the same time. But he's not the prosecutor on this case. And he's not even the main lawyer on this case. He's just helping with the investigation. And I mean, anyway, technically in real life, I think you would have to declare a conflict of interest anyway. If he was the prosecutor on the case, because the defense attorney is like someone he knew growing up and someone who works for the firm that was established by Edward's dad. So I think the judge would get to decide whether or not he could still stay on the case, but he would have to declare a conflict of interest anyway, and he could probably get removed, so whatever, man. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. You're immaterial, girl. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. You're gonna to use an actual bear on her? Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. The body was moved from the yard to the workshop. Then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. And thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Really? That's it? Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Because he can't just leave it randomly in the hallway. Why would he take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but isn't more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape. I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge. Only person who had the opportunity. Is it something to do with... Because the switchboard would turn off the cameras. And we know the cart was moved to get to the power room. So it could have been more than just Saint, because he doesn't have the key.
Objection!
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? Keep up, Wiener! We previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this, we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was not a simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? Yeah, the breakers.
Take that!
Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened at around the time of the murder. What? Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Huh. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? I mean, people have keys. Come on. Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight. And the warden's the only one who has the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure. So I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room key so easily.
Objection!
Well, for better or worse, it's, you know... No, but one person could have. I beg your pardon? Why are you so surprised? That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that. Are you stupid? I mean, we know you're stupid, but are you stupid? The breaker to the electrical fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant. Not if they're the warden. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key is... Fifi Lackout.
Take that!
The real culprit is... Missile does not like her, Warden Lackout. Oh, just look at you, aren't you the cutest little poochie woo? It's not just a pretty face, Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. Seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. Damn! You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling Wad the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. What? Warden Lackout is the killer? What? Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Oh, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me, I'm the one in charge around here, and how does that preclude you from being a murderer?
Hold it!
Alright. Piece of evidence that proves it. The body.
Take that!
Your scent betrays you, and here is your accuser. Missiles looks terrifying like this. Like, damn. Look at those chompers. The police dog? They had him track a sweet smell that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. That's quite the grin, right? As an owner of a Shiba Inu, can you confirm that that is accurate? I don't know. I mean, all dogs can technically growl like that, but if they growl at you like that with the full set of teeth, you better frickin' run. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless, really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion? Oh, yes, they will. Oh, God. Like I said, I've met very few Shiba Inu in my life. The only one I met wasn't fully trained yet. So he was on me in an instant. More show, though. They're finicky little guys. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, this Shiba Inu in question, he was nice enough. He just wasn't fully trained, and he saw an opportunity to, like, you know, get himself higher in the hierarchy, I think. Because I do get nervous around dogs. Like, he just kept pulling at my sweater, and his owners were like, use the dominance roll. I'm like, what the frick is that? I had a dog growing up, but he was a Bichon Frise, so more like a terrier. So there was no need to do like dominance training with him. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. He is, yeah, the white thing, it's a fox? A ferret? I think it's a fox, yeah. All dogs are different, of course, but Kuma picked up on training with very little effort, thankfully. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, hilariously, they named this dog after... Oh, what's his name? Kaiji? One of the characters from Ava. Like, who was like a real stubborn guy that really hates Shinji. I'm like, damn. You know what they say, a name can really determine your personality. Oh, is Verity the judge? Is that her first name? Ah, yes, Verity. Fair enough. All my other dogs have been terriers with various levels of training aptitude, yeah. My childhood doggo was pretty good. The biggest issue we had with him was when he was starting to get older in age, he would get into like garbage and stuff like that. And one time he like bit my foot when I was trying to push him away from the trash. And then, trying to think. Oh yeah, and the other issue was like, you know, the famous, like, you know, dad didn't want the dog. So the dog destroyed all of his stuff. The vet was like, husband didn't want the dog? Tell him to make friends with the dog. And Papa Melis did. And then, of course, he gets super attached. Apparently, I didn't know this until recently. Apparently, when they had to finally put childhood doggo down, Papa Melis kept his leash in his bag for like years before he finally got rid of it. I'm like, you're killing me. Like, my poor heart. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingered on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However... Indeed. Then it seems the conclusion approaches. A new challenger appears. We should, and when we have it, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me? The killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? I don't know, don't ask me. Just because you're, like, a member of law enforcement does not mean you are above doing this stuff. Like, come on. I didn't do it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison? Are you sure? What do you mean you never went into the prison? It's your job. Ma'am, I am so confused. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories your little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Wanna bet? Give me a break. Missile doesn't lie. Don't make it hard, just come clean. Oh dear, I'm afraid you're the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go check the records. She clearly wants us to check the records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo and you just know it. Ma'am. You're a prison warden. Why are you talking like an infant? How am I supposed to remove the body?
Hold it!
Press. Sure, maybe you did go through the main entrance. But what if you took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed. Why? Oh, already read that, my brain. No, you had another way, I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. This location. The yard.
Take that!
Through the fence? Warden? You took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have got it through the fence? The extremely high fence, topped with razor wire with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. It's called you turn off the power. Yeah, how's she supposed to have gone through that, huh? The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room. And only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it.
Overruled!
Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard, which is a really dumb idea, actually. Why would you do that? Because then people could pick the lock. Warden Legeld was on the detention center side. How would she have even reached the power room? Exactly, fairly, darling. Well, clever puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now. Bruh. Is there no record of Warden Legeld having if there is no record of Warden Lagalde having entered the prison proper, then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. Ow. But there had to have been some way. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. But if I don't find a solution, she might still wiggle out of this. Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. Free Willy! Oh my god, I looked over and I saw the facts. God, I haven't seen that movie in ages. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? Huh. No matter how you look at it, Warden Lagalde couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, you cannot find a... You are doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence? Yes, ma'am. Yes, but it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? An accomplice. Makes sense. She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Oh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo. Thanks, I believe that Warden Lagalde had an accomplice.
Overruled.
Enough, you disappoint me, Edgeworth. What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth has said nothing wrong. The inmates of the prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise their alarm if people go where they're not supposed to. Oh. I see that you have realized your error, and we are, of course, within the prison grounds. Where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards survey each other for signs of wrongdoing. Despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Carceretto's escape? Look. They're all a little dumb here. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals. And they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No. So our accomplice must be human.
Overruled.
Then, who did it, given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard?
Objection!
There is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. Oh, right, the broken bracelet.
Take that!
This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed. A broken plate bracelet belonging to a so-called model prisoner, or self-proclaimed, rather. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Just scoot, just scoot, just scoot. Frank saw it. Warden Legal's favorite inmate. Not the fox licking up the salt. It craves the minerals. It's strange, isn't it, Warden, that he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while? That is pretty funky. I don't mean it in a good way. Could it be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others, Bodhin Hara Canis, for example.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, this is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Starr himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden Legald were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. Got you there. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security cameras outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop. By having Mr. Sawage shut off the corresponding breakers. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And? Do you still deny it, Warden Legalt? No, darling. You've got me. I admit it. Warden? Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. You got her. Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wiggling out of this now. Oh. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums. No, we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity dear, I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved. Oh gosh, all right, I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Bodhim Hara Canis, that awful assassin. You're getting blackmailed? How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The fox. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything? Wait, is that how he became the fixer? Yes, darling. I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him, too. You were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? I mean, not that hard. Under the coat? Maybe? Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. And no one noticed this after months? Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume. So that's what the sweet smell was. Yes, it was a signal for Caius's dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. Smart dog. We had to make sure poor Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course. Can't have been easy keeping him from finding out. Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everyone runs to her schedule. Meals, exercise hour, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis's dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either. Poor dog. Or, I guess poor bear, technically. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which we would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The goddess of justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool I know. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so, Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So that's the secret behind the fixer system, and why she was. Police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled this secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to him. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over. Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters? Then I suppose she must have known about his correspondence chess games, too. But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Maybe he was just bluffing. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth, the words of Warden Legal's confession have cleansed her of all suspicion. I don't know about that. Surely there was no need to hound her any longer.
she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Nah, there's definitely more. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the conversation isn't over yet. And I think the goddess of justice would agree. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called fixer's delivery route. I believe she used the same route to move Knight's body. And where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It isn't the fact that the sweet smell was on Knight's body. Oh, he got spritzed. It's the exact same scent Walnut Legality uses to signal a delivery. What do you make of that? Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carceretto provided. Always smelled kind of nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smells sort of like dessert, I guess. His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. Well... smells don't linger for that long, but then, I hereby move to adjourn this session of court. No! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally! So we're actually done? Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Hold it! Who was that? Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Fender? Are you objecting to my adjourning this session? No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness, anyone? You trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? We're not in court. No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. A Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Ah, yes, I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? Pep stealing pens, hold on. Girl. I know. It's close to dinner time, but it's not dinner time yet. I know that makes no difference to you, but... right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say. Somehow I don't believe you worked a day in your life, Jesus. But let's just say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now? Amusing, but what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Phoebes here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. You see, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth? What's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Legalda to give me something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all this trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis. She did? No way! He was convicted of committing murder here. That could have been grounds for transfer to another prison. Most likely, a more secure facility. Where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it. No, Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him. I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first, so we don't want to get the wrong guy, eh? Nice. Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course. How could I refuse the silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all, Verity, darling. Do say you'll let me. As you wish, court is unadjourned. I can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Oh, me neither. Thank you for the timely intervention. It's the least I could do. Case not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat here, and we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles. Big smile. Show him that never rest spirit. I shall. Fabulous. Then let's get started. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man, Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim. Mr. Knight, yes? I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this never would have happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess. Warden Legal, as ever, your honesty is truly to your credit. Weeping tears of gratitude? Oh, no, I don't think so. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. No telling what went on between him and the victim. So, how did this work? What more can you tell us about these sordid details? Well, we all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble, especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in anyway. Ah, yes. That is indeed true. They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight. That's because I didn't, sweetie, and the victim was simply a fun target to that monster. Nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in the chest set, don't you? Awfully grisly business. Just imagine. The man probably didn't even have time to cry out. I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course, we can talk about them some more. Okay. Is this where we present the chess set? Maybe?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Warden Legout, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please call me Fifi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. Edgeworth sure has a way with women that are older than him. She's not as old as Old Bag, but however, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instant. Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. Come on, Mr. Edward. Don't let her get inside your head. You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight. In which case, I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this one, Warden. This is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought in by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight would have had it with him when he arrived. Oh? Oh? Uh-oh. Well, I mean, of course that, when Mr. Saint came in,
Objection!
you checked him? I find that hard to believe, because if you did, if you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it then and there? John. Judge Gaval? Did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Legout? It certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found yet let through. Precisely so, Warden Legout. An answer, truthfully this time. When and where did you learn about the chess set? You won't answer, then... Alright, darling. There's no need to rub it in, you got me, alright? I do? I questioned Knight, that was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Very well. Go ahead, Warden Legout. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. So, it was simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand. Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we? Mr. Edward, you may begin your cross-examination. Rip. What did you talk about?
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. That does not sound like him. That guy? He was talking about one croissant promoting abroad? I suppose he must have been hungry. En passant, promoting a pawn. Seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess. What? Sorry, making much sense. Oops, nope. I meant present. Or press, rather. Ah! If he had really gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would have been my motive, darling? I told you, I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. Well, she really does hate Canis. Warden Legeld, I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony. Unfortunately for him, he does have a connection. They were playing chess together.
Objection!
If Bro got killed for playing correspondence chess and she did understand, that would suck. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? I found it was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden. But you didn't see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell too. What do you mean? Oh, come now, don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security? I like how she puffs up like an actual animal. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. She wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at a risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. And so what if I did? You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves use that diagram to infer a connection between the two men. And it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis' henchman sent to kill you. Imagine being killed over a game of chess. Which is the real reason she had the chat with the Bronster. If his boss would have cracked, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, he made another discovery. For inside his chest set, she found a hidden chisel. Oh, and she assumed that was... Uh-oh. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing. Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself the knight was working for Canis, and this is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Cavell, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? Oh. It's a joke. It's all a big, stupid joke. People just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who don't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well. Thank you very much. And I understand there's a glaring contradiction in your theory. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this, Your Honor. The verdict? I am curious as to what the warden has to say. I'm sorry? You're a doll, Verity. I have just one last thing to say, then. Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? No, you idiot. This guy has rocks in his ears. Anyone remember a certain autopsy report? Of course, we received the finalized version only this morning. That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else remembers. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Forgive me, oh goddess, I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Oh, no, you got it right, girl. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now, What do we do? Fine, Mr. Edgeworth always comes through, right, sir? Looks to me like the Mousatron's out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. Some attorney you are. Phoenix would have done it. Phoenix would have turned this around. Can't give up now. We have to do something. I'm certain Warden Legald is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there in the facility? It seems we still do not have all the answers. Nor the evidence to prove these answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Oh, come on, G. You're just giving the killer the chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Me? Nope. Not me. Nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? Really? That's the best you could do? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it. This question throws everything we've deduced out the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth? Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subjected to the harshest penalties. Hello? It's hopeless, I can't think of anything! I need more time! There's nothing in that head of his. Absolutely nada. Loath as I am to admit it, You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody is in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's still sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Okay. Gee, Miles. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes... Whoops. I clicked too fast, whatever. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? There's a way to force a turnabout here. You're the one who will find it. Simeon's counting on you. Judge Gaval? You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor and relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have put forward a number of theories that proved to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait. You said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say? Then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby, sir, Mr. Edgeworth, give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories were misguided. I was being misled.
Objection!
I think it's a little too soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's way past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth? You may proceed. What?! I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of that dog, Helmut. The fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other facts made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first.
Overruled.
This again, Mr. Edgeworth? You seem almost proud out of me,
Hold it.
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with a chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. But why mislead us in that way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used in order to get Canis transferred? Warden, he took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What it suggested? What are you talking about, dear?
Hold it.
Mr. Winner? If I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Huh? And Mr. Canis is the killer? And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Indeed, that was her plan right from the start. To frame Bodhim Hara Canis. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Legald certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think I know what you are going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Legald is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that would prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection.
You could just find the real murder
Objection.
weapon. How many times do we have to go over this? As many times as it takes, boy. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection.
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that. The security gate. I am glad you at least remember what it is. Do you remember what it does? Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal. Which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh. Precisely? If there was another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor could it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Gabel? What I am trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe that there is another murder weapon inside the prison, you will have to explain to me how it got there. Alright. We know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chest set, but our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So, if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is, can you show me this alternate route? How did the weapon Warden Legald use to get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation? Is that correct? Yes, she used his knife. I deduced that about 3 hours ago.
Of course, that's how.
Where's the bells? There's the bells.
Take that!
Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. One of only 2 in existence. Just 2? 2 and only 2. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet, exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife had long since been taken from me. So you see, there is a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence, Mr. Warden, or Mr. My brain, Warden Legald borrowed from the prison. Ow. That kid needs to stop smacking himself in the face. Mr. Case's knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell was attached to the bell that was attached to the chisel! Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. That can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon, and then attached the bell to it. In doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And you had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken. Why? Only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? Come on. I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Legald? The bell's not exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up.
Objection!
Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique, because there are only 2 of them in existence. By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. But you don't have proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with.
Hold it!
I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Winter, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. Huh? But do find something that's gonna make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. You have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Well, yeah, but you know, pointless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. What a frickin' baby. You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. We can feel the aneurysm Edgeworth is having. Feel my aneurysm. The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessing on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. You piece of shit. Now, if we give Legald the opportunity... Pep, leave the plushies alone. She'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. We gotta finish this case so I can feed you guys, huh? Pep is starting to be a menace. Girl, just hang in there. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No, I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I could save Mr. Saint, and that means... even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Object. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Hey! Phoenix Wright mentioned! Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor? This had better be good. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really? I do. Not at all. If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing. Ha! You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. The stairwell of my heart. And this is why Phoenix Wright has heartburn. There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think, Miles. Think. Okay, give me 1 sec. Before she tries to... She was trying to climb the new shelf, which would definitely topple over from her weight, so give me 1 sec to feed the cat. My goodness, you can't wait 5 more minutes? Ah! Ah! Cats! I love them, but why? Somewhere not even the police would search, a blind spot in the zoo. Hidden place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. Huh? A hidden place? No. If you insist, come on, Helmut, open up. People, stop getting animals to eat your sharp objects. Did she use the same trick? No, that's ridiculous. Isn't it? Hi, Butter! But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? How's my Sunday? Sunday is good! There's the faintest possibility I'm right. But if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Alright. Real murder weapon is hidden. It is in the yard. It's in the alligator. Here? In the yard? Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Sure. Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden? The alligator's having a heck of a time. Of course, that's what it must have been. I knew you were gonna redeem the jumping jacks. Okay, we will refund those because I am recovering from a cold, so no exercise. No exercise. Yeah, sorry, I went to a concert last week and of course I caught the plague. Want me to pause? Sure, thank you. The metal detector, sir, it's, reacting to the alligator. What? Ow! The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all, Your Honor. I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. But... Chisel? Didn't we figure out that isn't the murder weapon? It's more complex than that, kiddo. You might recall that Mr. Canis hid the chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right, the murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pond. What? No way! We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gaval, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian. I'm sure I could get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. Literally the only reason she's here. Plot X Regina. Warden Legal, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess! As you wish, then you can simply wait and watch. Sir, we got it! Oh, that is a nasty knife. It's over, Fifi Legal. The real murder weapon was Bodhim Hurricanis' knife. Making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. It was Canis' laptop. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. Okay, so you were using the endings. Horsey? Oh, there goes the fox. The whole outfit was foxes? Now that was a twist. Prosecutor's twinner, sir! The test results have just come back. Twinner? Guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis' knife. It's just like you said, sir! Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir! Twinner wins again! I think I'm welling up with rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight was really working for Mr. Canis. It will be vital to know if Warden Legal was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Huh? 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 There's Clueless. And there's you. I guess we'd better get back to the investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. We're about to see the winner with a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent. Yes, sir! I'm right with you, sir. I can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time! Fuck. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough. Now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Mr. Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth. In the eyes of both society and the law, god damn. How can you even say that? that. You do not have to believe me, however. As a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor has found more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We're all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth.
Heck, you just got fed.
What are you doing? Why are you like this, huh? Judge Cavell is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Hey, look who's back. Simeon, you're out! There's the monkey. Hi, Regina! Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah, but I'm still confused about what's going on. Some guy just came in and said I was free to go. That I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. Oh, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, no. Stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now. Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you, so say thanks already. Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me, too. Mr. Saint, talking directly to me? Small victories, I suppose. Can I ask just one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure? I'm not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. Well, it's just I never knew. I would never have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. Just show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him. And pocket.
Take that!
It's the chess set I brought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping to keep you from getting caught up in his mess. Oh. Bronco! What did you tell me? You understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it. Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep, and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you might think. I'll try. I have to. The Bronco, I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. Yes, Ratatouille with the monkey. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love you to come if you could. Ah, yes. There's Max. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. Right, the Berry Make Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edward? Come on, we have to go. Well, I'll think about it. All right, Simeon, we've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No! Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Here it goes. Please, Regina, anything but that, please! I'm a satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. Couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gone away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder and you're gonna make me blush. Or topple over. I suppose I wouldn't be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyhow, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full-time? Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off, get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everyone's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it all twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. The heck you were. Looks like you've got a mean defense team right there yourself, Miles. Fender, I am a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Excuse me. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Bye! Follow in my father's footsteps? Could I really do such a thing? Ah, yes. Back to the baby. Damn, look at that trench coat. An attorney like my father. Me? The end! Yay! Beautiful. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yay! Beautiful. Alrighty. So that is gonna be it for me. I will find someone for us to rate you for the moonbeams that are in the Discord. And I'll post a link to it right here. Boop. We are, now that I'm back from my break, we're going back to Prince of Tennis Watch Along. So I will see you guys in an hour and a half from now. So at 7 p.m. EST, we watch more Prince of Tennis. And, schedule will be up on Monday or Tuesday morning. Monday's my break day. So no stream tomorrow, but I will see you guys on Tuesday. Alright.
Who can I send you guys to? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Amalia's playing Lies of P. Let's go. I love watching people play Souls-like games. Alright. Here's the raid. I will see you guys later or see you guys on Tuesday for more whatever I get up to. Alrighty, folks. That's gonna be it from me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. If it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourself, wash your face, brush your teeth, eat the good food. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.